We are broadcasting live.
Yes, good morning, everyone. This is the Mono Council meeting of Tuesday, January 14th, 2025. The meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the Town of Mono Procedural Bylaw 2020-42. I should indicate that Councillor Capes is joining us remotely today, and Deputy Mayor Nix is absent with notice. So we do, in fact, have a quorum. Just a reminder, the emergency exits are behind the council chamber. Members are free to declare a pecuniary interest at this point or at any point in the course of the meeting, followed up in writing with the clerk. And I'm going to call on Councillor Davey to do the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Your Worship. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Tionotante, the Attawandaran, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection of the Indigenous people with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you. I have a motion that Council approves the agenda of Session 1, 2025 as circulated. Moved by Councillor Mankdalo, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposition to that? Seeing none, motion passes. I have a further motion that Council approves the minutes of Session 21-2024 as circulated. Councillor Mankdalo moves. Councillor Capes is seconding. Any opposition? And that motion passes as well. We have no proclamations today. So that takes us to public question period. Do we have any submitted questions?
We have one question, Your Worship, that was submitted online in advance. The question is, the Orangeville Agricultural Society is found to be no longer incorporated within the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness. Is the OAS still entitled to enjoy tax exemption status in Mono? And if not filed, will Council require that the OAS submit a complete and publicly available financial statement that includes, but is not limited to, all incomes and payouts for the last calendar year?
Interesting. The wording of the question is if it is found to be no longer incorporated. I haven't heard that it is no longer incorporated, and its tax status is derived by being incorporated and being under the provincial legislation that gives them the special treatment from a taxation standpoint. So I guess the short answer is until we hear that their status has changed, their status has not changed.
Well, I did talk to Mr. Darby about this, and I don't know how he found it out or the details or whatever, but I guess the question also becomes, when you give status like that, I know that with my forest thing, there's there's a regulation period of time that you have to refill it out and follow up and all that kind of thing. I just kind of wonder, because his research has indicated that it could be. It's not just a late for the dues 1 year. It's a long-term issue, potentially. So do we have a way of? Are we supposed to be following up on these things, or does it just behoove the property owner to be in good standing?
It is in our interest to find out because it has a bearing on whether they pay taxes or not. And it could be that they just missed a filing date, or it could be that they've let it, as you say, let it slip for a number of years. But Les, are you online?
Yes, I am, Your Worship.
Hoping you're feeling better. I guess you heard the question, and is there a way of simply finding out whether or not they're still compliant with the provincial legislation, which governs fair boards?
For us, we generally follow what MPAC puts on the tax roll. So after this meeting, we can make our contact with our people at MPAC and see if they have a direction that they could send us to get more information.
Okay.
But as you say, Your Worship, as far as we know, there is no change because they have come in as tax exempt again on the tax roll. But then again, we'll follow up with MPAC.
Okay, that's great. Any other questions? Any questions from the gallery? Come on forward. Oops.
Elaine is waving.
Oh, Elaine, sorry. You're muted.
No? Okay, thank you very much. I did just want to say, I think we do have a responsibility, and I appreciate that, Les, that you do have, you know, the record that says what the tax implications are for all properties. And so, but that it's been raised, I think it's something that we should go and actually ask them to prove.
Okay, so we'll make inquiries probably in several different ways about this.
Yeah.
It's caught our
Maybe we
attention.
need a process in place that's beyond the impact reporting to say, you know, that we are doing our due diligence to make sure that we have, especially items like that, we can't check every single thing, but when it comes to our attention, that we should go and do some due diligence and ask for proof. Thank you.
Thank you. Would somebody like to come forward? Yes, madam. Would you like to join us? And if you could give us your name and address.
My name is Rita Reitzma, and I'm at 428081 25th Side Road in Mono. I'm not sure about the procedure here. I do have a request around Councillor Cape's motion about supporting the Vaughan motion in relation to the 413, so maybe that has to wait? Or is there no public input when you're discussing that?
Rita, let's deal with it now. I
Okay.
think Councillor Capes is with us.
Okay.
And she does have I believe it's a notice of motion. And I think many people are aware that we are already on record as opposing the 413.
Yes, no, I realize that.
But I thought that the materials indicated that it's about the 407 is her.
Well, it relates.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's connected.
Go ahead.
So my only thing was about informing the citizens in a little more detail about the town's position. If you do go forward with it in more detail, so like in the next newsletter, to even put a little map. So I know a lot of people do know about it, but a lot of people don't. So a very succinct, brief thing that says, hey, these are the options, and this is how it affects taxes for the province, that kind of idea. Mm-hmm. So that was my first request. So unrelated to that, I just wondered if letters to the province get archived on the website. It's hard for me to find some things on the website. Like if there was a easy way, I'm thinking of citizen engagement, like if there is a section of just citizen engagement, just to put like what have we sent? Like I think it was last year, I commented on the CVC, and I really support the work that they do. And I asked council if they, you weren't here then, John, Fred was chairing, and I asked if council would send a letter to the province saying, hey, not as bluntly as this, but you know, you're downloading this all on the municipalities, and then we've got to expand our budget. Like, just push them back on it a bit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, and I don't, like, I wouldn't, as a citizen, know if anything like that ever happened.
If I can suggest, many municipalities have an advocacy initiative, as it were, and at the beginning of each year, they choose a number of issues they want to press the province on or press other agencies on, and maybe we could create a spot on the webpage that has letters to the province, letters from the province, because eventually some of them do get answered, but not often enough.
Yeah, and then we can track it, and
Yeah.
even individually as citizens. I was looking on the website, there was this one thing from, to Sylvia Jones, I can't find it quickly enough, but it had a lot of sixes in it. And it was in response to the CVCs and a letter that we had sent, but this was a while back. But then you don't know, how does it get followed up?
Yeah.
You know, so that was my other request. So that was it.
Melinda, and then Ralph, and
Thank you very much, Rita, for your question, because it's very interesting, because I was trying to look at things, and you have to, it's all there. All the documents are there, right? The question is, how does a person go in and actually find them? So you need to have the title of the document, and if you put that, it would come up. But this idea of being able to maybe have a cross-filing thing, because we have, all of the documents are there in the agendas. So my question is kind of to Fred, is there a possibility of pulling things out, for example, that everything that has fire in it goes to a fire one, and everything that has the government goes into the, like, letters to the government or whatever, that they all went to a place so that we could find them easily?
So at the moment, any letters like that, so for example, if council directs that a letter be sent, or if a member of council, including the mayor, were to write a letter, you say those go on to Schedule A. What doesn't get recorded as a standalone document is if council endorses a position, so passes a resolution. Of course, that's recorded in the minutes, but often is not a standalone document, because those are usually distributed simply by email. All documents, as you mentioned, are archived in our document management system, which is available online, but they're organized by council meeting, as you point out, not by subject. They are all fully searchable, though, so each of those documents has metadata that, so if you search by a topic, it will compile a list for that search. But what we're not doing is taking that document and now storing it in 2 or 3 locations on the website. We have it stored by chronologically, but we're not then taking it and saying, well, this document should also be stored under this subject matter, right? So we're not doing multiple storage of a single document. And I understand how that would be easier for retrieving these documents or tracking, by subject. But we're not currently doing that. We have discussed and looked into systems, software systems, such as the one the county uses, various things like programs Granicus offers, which will compile documents in various manners. But our current software doesn't allow that unless we were to store the same document multiple times in different folders.
Ralph?
So what I think you're suggesting, Rita, is that we'd have some place that you could have a folder which would be letters to the ministry or letters to the entire government. And I really support that idea, John. I think that for all of us, it's a challenge sometimes to find information. And the more we can do to make it easier for people, the better it is. When I want to find something, I know it was on the council meeting sometime back, maybe it was September, maybe it was October, I end up going through all those council meetings and all the agendas or all the minutes to find things in it. And I would appreciate some simplification. And as we go forward, the town's getting much better at doing that, I think. So I think your suggestion is something that we should go ahead with.
Yeah, and again, I think that if it's not that we're setting up more than one other location. It's, I think the request is that we set up a single location, which would be which would replicate Schedule A, but it would be titled Advocacy, and it would show what the town has done on behalf of its constituents. I mean, I write a lot of letters,
Yeah.
and I can't even find some of the letters I write on my own computer. So,
No, I think that's excellent, thank
yeah,
you.
we'll have
Because you'll
some
get more
discussions.
engagement that way as well,
Yeah.
I think.
And also, it will be a terrific way of seeing whether or not anyone is listening to us. I'm still waiting for responses to letters that I've written to the, on behalf of council, written to the Premier, Minister of Transportation, and so forth and so
Yeah.
on. And when we copy a letter, say to the Minister of Transportation, to the Premier, we copy it to the Premier, we copy it to the MPP. It would be nice to get a response from those parties that they have seen our correspondence.
So then by searching, if you say everything's in Schedule A, then by searching, you know, the advocacy, like, can you get, if everything's in there, is there a way that today Rita can find things?
Well, certainly. So if you were looking for if you were looking for automated speed enforcement, you could go into the search function and search automated speed enforcement, or you could search ASE, and you would find all of the minutes in which that was discussed. You would find any document that contained the words automated speed enforcement or ASE, if that's what you searched on. Now, they wouldn't be organized necessarily in anything other than chronological order, right? So what you're not getting is just the documents that might build the picture of what occurred with respect to ASE. And I think that's what council's looking for. Right now, the only way we could do that is to manually build those websites and link to those documents manually for each and every subject, or to investigate the purchase of software that would do that. Those are the only, as far as I can, without further investigation, those are the two means. We either invest in software or we invest in the labor to do it.
Elaine?
Thank you, and thank you, Fred, for that explanation, and I'm not sure if this, you know, how to search for something is clear on our website, and maybe that would help. I'm not sure. But I think it's always possible that somebody can contact the town, and probably it would be you, Fred, to say, I'm looking for this, can you help me find it? Because we obviously, I believe, would help a citizen find what they're looking for. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Absolutely. Now, in all honesty, the clerk's office doesn't field a lot of questions for broad subjects like that. We do get questions for individual documents, but the office is there to ensure residents can find the information they're looking for.
I'm prepared to work with Fred and our digital media person to come up with a solution. The problem I have with the searching is that it takes you over to a different side of our website, and you put in a term and you get a big list of stuff. And it isn't always easy to, I mean, you're looking for one thing and you get 20 things to read. That may or may not be germane to what you're searching for. But I have some ideas, and I'll follow up.
Exactly, thank you.
I'll follow
And
up.
especially your idea of the advocacy, so it would only be letters to
Yeah.
the province.
Yeah.
And that way conceivably, citizens could say, hey, we haven't heard back from you. It shouldn't just be on council to do that,
Absolutely.
you know, but you don't know what has been responded to and not responded to, et cetera.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elaine, did you have anything to say to Rita with regard to the point she made about your forthcoming motion? Or maybe we can wait.
Well, I do have something to say about my motion when
Okay.
we get there.
Well, when we
But,
get there, if Rita, if you want to stay for that, that would be great. Okay. Any other questions
Okay, thank you.
from the gallery? Come on forward.
Thank you, Worship and Council, for the opportunity. There we go.
Thanks, Del.
Jump the gun. 933-123 Airport Road. Thank you for the opportunity to ask the question. I asked the question on behalf of the Mono Citizen Associations. They would like to know what is the percentage of household in Mono that is unable to, or is in arrear of taxes?
It's a really
The
good question.
percentages of household in Mono who are in arrears or unable to pay their taxes, or they are behind paying their taxes.
Les, do you have a sense of what our percentage in arrears is currently?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we do. Historically, the tax arrears have been fluctuating between 10 and 12% as a total levy, but we're anticipating at the end of 2024 to be around 15 or 16%. So yes, the tax arrears are increasing.
Thank you. And those arrears do attract interest.
Exactly. Is
That
that,
is-
sorry.
That's correct.
Is that a metric that is used in setting the tax rate at all? Is that percentage of people unable to pay their taxes, is that a factor in calculating your percentage of taxes that you increase or decrease in, God forbid?
Your Worship, if I can answer that.
Yeah.
It does have an impact on our tax rate because as you mentioned, Your Worship, we do collect tax arrear interest and penalty on our arrears. So we do have an income that we do put towards the tax rate from the interest penalty.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't think, we're mindful of it, but it's something that we obviously have to take into consideration, because if you're not collecting taxes, you're not able to fund anything.
That's exactly the point we were hoping to hear, because it seems that there is a disparity between the people who want services and the people who can afford their taxes.
Right.
And that is widening, and that's a concern of our group.
And I should indicate that Les and Treasury do a wonderful job of talking to property owners who are in arrears or behind in their payments. They work out payment schedules. They do everything they can to encourage compliance. So, they take a compassionate approach to it, and I think it works more often than it doesn't.
Generally, on a tax like that, there's usually a negotiation, so there may be an opportunity to forego taxes to make it system works, and so those people will not pay that given original tax, and so that may be counterproductive to force people to pay taxes. The second.
Sorry, if I could jump in on that.
Yeah.
As the Mayor said, we do work with our ratepayers, but we do not write off the actual tax balances. We just work with them on a payment plan and an agreement to pay, equal installments or whatever, but we do not write off the actual taxes themselves.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like the federal taxes where if you're in arrear by a lot, you negotiate a certain fixed rate. Okay. The second question that I was asked to ask is that how do we stack against other municipalities when it comes to contract services or what's the word? I got it up here. Hang on a sec. Consultant, the cost of consultant. How do we stack against other municipalities? There seems to be quite a bit of consultant work going on in this town. Is there a comparison?
I've seen other municipalities that use consultants far more frequently than we do. Mike, do you have any thoughts on that? I think we use them when it's necessary, but not necessarily in the first instance.
Generally, any consultants that we are using would be approved in the capital, in the budgets that council has passed. Those are all already pre-identified. Salary market review this year, town engineer, obviously. And then the town solicitor consultants are coming as the OLT files are generated. But generally, we're set up to do internal works ourselves, and that's the first choice, obviously. And then the utilization of consultants is on an as-needed basis. For example, we're using a consultant planner right now in the absence of a director of planner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? Is there anyone on, Elaine?
Thank you. The microphone was not on when the speaker took the seat, and so the name of the speaker was not heard.
Oh, it's Dell.
Yes, I know, but
Yeah.
we should state the name
Okay, yes,
for the record, so everybody knows who
I
it
didn't
was.
realize.
you.
Yeah, come on forward and just do it for the record. Yeah, there you go.
Again, I apologize for that. My name is Del Bernardi, 933-123 Airport Road.
Thank you. If there's no questions online, next item on the agenda is unfinished business and deferred items, and we have our to-do list. Is there any comment on that list? I'm not seeing any. I will have a notice of motion. Elaine? Elaine?
Sorry. I'm being difficult, I know. There are some blanks in there, which, that's okay. I'm just wondering, because it's not sorted in numerical order anyway, could we sort it in order of year? So there's one for 2020, there are several for 2022, and then there are several for 2023, and several for 2024. Would that make it easier for us to know how long something has been on the list, and will that help us make different decisions about how to set our priorities? Like, I think we could maybe contemplate how we come up with the top 5 with staff, so that it isn't this daunting list that they've got to look at all the time and we've got to look at all the time, and we're not really sure what we're, knocking off the list. I know we've got a bunch in Q1, which I really appreciate, and maybe, those are our top 5. And if we just order them, that we're taking care of these in Q1 and put them in the order they're in, I'm not sure. I'm just throwing that out there.
Fred, any
It's a
thoughts?
big
It can be sorted any way that council wishes. It's currently sorted by who it's assigned to, which is department, followed by priority. But it can be sorted by any one of those columns that council wishes.
What is the wish of council?
It was just a thought.
Frankly, now that I see that it's sorted by department, because that's the 5th row, I've been always trying to figure out, I was thinking that the numbers were just as to when they came, that we're actually up to 20 items on the list, and they've been ticked off. But I actually, now that I know that, and I can look at that, I'm okay with it, but it's a list that we need to get smaller is the real point.
And it's sorted that way because I thought that would be helpful, because council could then see what's being
How
assigned
much
to
we
each,
burden everybody.
that each department's being given. But again, it can be sorted by any method that
And
council
since
wishes.
your department is the one with the most number of items, you really want to make us observe that.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
let's consider that going forward. And I was about to say that I have a notice of motion at the end of the meeting that will add an item to the list.
So does council want it sorted then by priority first, as opposed to by department first and then priority? Because then you'd have all the highs at the beginning of the
I
list.
think Elaine was looking for either that or when it was put on the list so that we can see that something is taking an inordinate amount of time.
So by meeting date, and again, it can be sorted by multiple criteria. So meeting date can become, I can add meeting date, so it's first meeting date, either ascending or descending, whichever council wants. Oldest date first, newest date first, and then by any other criteria that you wish.
I think that,
Go ahead.
I think that it's, probably most important to us is when we expect it to be dealt with. This is like the Q1s, I would suggest the Q1s for 2025 should be at the top of the list, because that's what we're expecting to deal with this quarter.
Except that there are some that don't have any date, then they would all just be
Well, we'll give them
at the bottom? Well, I know we've been asking for that.
We'd like to do that. Can I suggest that it's ranked in accordance with priority and maybe second by request date? I think that will keep us focused on knocking off the high priorities and dealing with matters that have been on the list for maybe too long. Elaine, would that meet your concern?
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for that conversation. I just, I know it's kind of daunting to look at it. And yes, I appreciate how it is sorted now. But I do think that, like I said, we've got stuff that goes from 2020. And like if it's been on there since 2020, like, you either deal with it or get rid of it. Like, I'm not sure. Like, not that I want to get rid of things that other councils decided were important, but yes, I think doing it in priority and then by requested date, like, I think we need to make some hard decisions about what we want staff to focus on and what we can leave for the moment so that we get things off the list. That's all. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Fred, can we do some reordering it for the next council meeting?
Absolutely, Your
On that
Worship.
basis.
So I'll order it by meeting priority and then meeting date ascending.
How about, yeah,
And then take a look at that, and if something else works,
Let's
it's
give it a
easy to change for
Let's-
the future.
let's give it a try. Okay, next item on the agenda, bylaws correspondence, heritage designation of Glenoe School. And we have a report of the Heritage Advisory Committee, and we have members of the Heritage Advisory Committee in the gallery today. So I'm going to maybe ask that we summarize the report, and then I have a motion to implement the recommendations of the Heritage Advisory Committee.
So I would suggest, we've got two members of the committee here. I
Okay.
think they're in the best position to give a summary of the
Sure.
application.
Come on forward. Good morning.
Good morning. Cosette Pathak, 795167, third line, EHS.
Thank you.
Barbara Jafflis, 387418 Mono Center Road.
And for the benefit of those watching us, can you just briefly describe the virtues of the proposed designation?
We see it as in two parts, one of importance to the cultural and architectural history of Mono. The land which the schoolhouse sits on was donated by the Bremner family, and we actually have sitting in our audience today one of the descendants, who is Don Sinclair.
Oh, good to see you, Don.
So hence, we did this report, I think in October, but we've been gathering information subsequently, and the last was an interview with Don at the schoolhouse last Thursday. So that's when we discovered we'd been naming the people incorrectly.
Ooh, okay.
So we did do an update, and I don't know if you have the Bremner or the Bremer, but it is the Bremner. And we added some information that Mr. Sinclair gave to us. So the schoolhouse that we are referring to is the one on what is now Highway 10 at the 20th Side Road. It's currently Linda's Craftique. It's a yarn and knitting store. Previous to that, it was a woodworking place. It was built in 1883 on land severed from the adjacent Bremner family farm. And it was severed to build a school to service the local children who at that time were going to Camilla to receive their education. And there was at this time, a interest in the government of Ontario in education for young people. They saw that as part of their mandate to move the province. You know, we're no longer all just little farmers out here. We now we're expanding, we need skilled people, we need educated people. So the government put money into developing school for public education for all, and as a result of that, you will see dotted all around these little schoolhouses, the little brick schoolhouses. They actually had sort of architectural templates for them that could be found in various magazines and that dictated the requirements in terms of hygiene and for the best interests of children learning. So that was one thing. And the other is that the Bremner family was quite prominent in Mono at that time. One of the children, Robert, one of the oldest children from that family, went on to the United States, New Jersey, published 2 local newspapers, ran for Congress there, and was part of the United States Congress. Other of the family went on to various other occupations in the area. One became the assistant postmaster in Orangeville. They went into various professions and succeeded. So we're interested in the schoolhouse in terms of that relation to the Ontario government's push to educate people and in recognition of the importance of that family that donated it in Mono's history.
Any questions of council? Ralph?
Thank you both for coming here, and Don, it's nice to have you here too, thank you. I'm just curious about the name, Glenoe. Where does that come from?
I think, Don may be better able to answer, but I think Glenoe was just, you know how we have all the little areas and all those strange little names everywhere? I think Glenoe was one of those names.
But it had an origin from somewhere.
The family did originate in Scotland, and that does have a bit of a Scottish ring to it, so I'm not sure. That's all that we've learned.
Don, have any input into that?
Yes. Yeah, that was an earlier correction in the report because my computer kept changing Glenoe to Glencoe.
Yeah, the computers are doing that these days. Any other questions or comments? I gather there was also an association with Robert in the Spanish-American War.
We didn't find that. I'm sure Don would know. He died of cancer while he was still in office, and there is, Don gave us a booklet of, what was it?
It was a memorandum.
Yeah.
It was presented at his funeral, including an overview of most of the congressmen that worked with him during that time, including a really nice paragraph from Woodrow Wilson, who was a personal friend of Robert Bremner's. We're quite impressed with the family history. It's so as we investigate these houses, we're finding more and more about not only the citizens of Mono, but the contribution that they did make to the surrounding areas, plus the province of Ontario. With that in mind, I realize that our focus should be on the property itself, but coming up with these, I guess, observations, I think by the time we finish this, we're going to have a history of Mono that can be, somebody can take and write. It's quite interesting.
And there's something about a schoolhouse, and seeing that schoolhouse in various publications, like agendas or whatever, that has brought out many former students. And because it's a store now, they've gone up and spoken to I think it's Ouderkirk, Linda Ouderkirk. So they drop by the yarn store and tell their stories of being in that school.
The other thing is we're finding that people who have agreed to let us go ahead with the designations are extremely proud of their relationship with their building. And I think it's a wonderful way in which we can continue to allow people to focus on the history of Mono. The schoolhouse was also focused in our recent calendar, which has been exceptionally well received by the community.
Terrific. Well, I have a motion that Council receive the Heritage Advisory Committee designation report dated October 28th, 2024, and that Council directs staff to issue notice of intent to designate.
Oh, Elaine's got her hand up.
Sorry, Elaine?
If you like to continue with the motion and then let me move it and make a quick statement. that would be
Absolutely.
fine.
Absolutely. So to designate concession 2, West Part 2WE Part Lot 20, known municipally as 386268 20th Side Road in the town of Mono, also known locally as Glenoe SS 19, and that the clerk proceed with the notification requirements as set out in the Ontario Heritage Act. And Elaine, you'd like to move that motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
sorry.
Mayor. I would like to move that motion, and I would like to say, yes, when I look at that, I think of Glencoe, and I've been there, so I think maybe before the government really got into dedication to education, they forgot how to spell it. Never mind, I'm just being silly. But I really loved the class photos. I think that was really brilliant to see those classes. And I thank you for the work. So yes, I'd like to move that.
Thank you. And Fred, you had a comment?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. Does the date of the designation report have to change? You mentioned an updated report.
No, update was just a spelling error, and the fact that we had Robert Bremner's sister or his wife acting as a secretary to a senator, whereas the gentleman never ran for the Senate. He was an active congressman.
Okay, so the date on the report
That's
hasn't
been
changed?
corrected.
Okay, thank you.
And I need a seconder. Melinda, seconds. Any further discussion of the motion? Any opposed to the motion? Seeing none, motion is carried. Thank you again for your wonderful work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda is the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs, MOU. And I believe we have some representatives here who are available to answer any questions of council. But I have a motion that I'll read, and we can then ask questions and make comments. That we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw authorizing the town of Mono to enter into agreements with the Orangeville Snowmobile Club and the Dufferin Driftbusters Snowmobile Club, substantially in the form as attached as Schedules A and B to the bylaw that be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that motion? Councillor Manctalo moves, seconded by Councillor Davey, discussion, questions? Ralph?
I think this is a good idea, but it opens a larger picture, and that is of the town's policy on the use or misuse of the unopened road allowances. The unopened road allowances are quite important to many people for different things, from hiking to ATVs to snowmobiles. And I think that I'd support this motion, but I think that we should, as a town, pursue a policy with respect to the utilization of these road allowances. It's not without my guessing that other people, such as ATV users and hikers, would like to know what their rights are in this property too. And I've talked briefly to the head of Public Works, and he may want to comment on this as well. Mike? Yeah.
Thanks, Councilor McDelua. I agree. I think that we need to establish some type of rules and regulations and how council wishes to proceed with these unopened road, unmaintained roads moving forward. So,
Do we need a motion to that effect, or is it?
I think it goes on the to-do list. We need a motion to put it on the to-do list. And an assigned priority.
I so move.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Davey or Councillor Capes? I think, and do we have a suggested priority for it, or shall we just put it on the list and catch up to priority and
The map doesn't have much on the list itself. So
well, I was going to say.
That doesn't mean he's not busy. I think we'll talk about it at our staff meeting next week, and next meeting we'll put a date on it for you.
Okay.
Is that fair?
So, Councillor Capes?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was going to suggest that we need a review and report from staff on this, because it's not as, cut and dried as it might seem. I have questions about what really made the hair on the back of my neck stand up was in the MOU that if the landowner owner is found of willful misconduct, well, what does that include and who determines that? So that made me go, that makes me nervous for liability reasons, and that's not good. And then again, as Councillor Mankelow brought up, what about other users? And why now? Why has this come up? And I wanted to know, was this for travel, for people to get to work or to their farms? Or is this for recreation? And what do the homeowners along these roads or routes say? And is this just for mono residents or for anyone? So there's a lot of questions I think we need to consider. And so I think it would be wise for us to do our due diligence on this and I would like to see a staff report on whether this is what we want. And including as Ralph said, what about other users? And thank you for that.
I think that if we deferred on this item, we'd probably be dealing with the issue of the snowmobile request sometime in July. As I understand it, they're not looking at any additional or new routes. It's basically the same ones that they've had historically for years. And the second reason for us dealing with it, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's a very generous offer of insurance that we have not had in the past that would be applicable to their membership in the event of an accident. And that, of course, is welcomed by any municipality, because absent the insurance, it's the municipality who probably bears the burden of liability. Matt, am I describing that correctly?
thanks, Mayor Kerlin. Yeah, we haven't had one in the past, and we haven't had insurance on these trails. For any other private properties, they have to have these agreements with those private landowners. I believe it was and Frank might be able to speak more of this, but I believe this was a push from the Federation to have these agreements in place. And I think Fred actually indicated that in his report. So I think it's an appropriate decision at this time.
Melinda?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. The motorized vehicle use in the wintertime has always been separate from the motorized use in the summertime. And I guess that's because people have their windows open and are more outside, and so they're disturbed by it. But I think that we've had a number of people come forward over the last few years about our road allowance areas, and I think that this would it would be one of the high priority with respect to priorities, maybe not the right word, but our levels. We had our levels of citizen engagement. I think that it should, I'm not sure in the world that we've got with climate change and seasons becoming a little waffly on the edges as to when you would use a motorcycle versus when you would use a snowmobile on a trail. I think that it would be worth having a look at our annual, our year-round use, as opposed to snowmobiles have notoriously been a separate item that municipalities and private landowners accept on their property but don't, and so it's exclusionary of other users. Okay. So I would like to see it as a high priority, or a high level.
Well, I think there's two different things. There's dealing with the snowmobile organization's request now, and
Yes.
then going forward, setting up some kind of broader discussion of the unopened road allowances specifically.
Right, exactly, which we've sat here within the last year and said that we should do it, but it hasn't been a directive to staff to do that. And I think
That's
that this is another opportunity for us to get that on our list and get the community all input on year-round recreation on our roadways.
Okay. So is council content to go ahead with the consideration of the motion? Any opposed to the motion as read? Elaine?
Oops.
You're muted.
Sorry, Councillor Capes, you're muted.
Just muted myself, yeah, that's good. Thank you. Could you please reread the motion?
Yes, that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw authorizing the town of Mono to enter into agreements with the Orangeville Snowmobile Club and the Dufferin Driftbusters Snowmobile Club substantially in the form as attached to the Schedules A and B to the bylaw, and that be signed by the mayor and so forth.
So we're saying we want to proceed with this MOU before doing anything else, as we've just had a conversation about.
Well, my concern is that we are into snowmobile season. We have the offer of insurance that we've never had before. And we have no expansion of routes that I'm aware of in looking at this, that is basically the historic routes that the public has become accustomed to. And I can't remember hearing any complaints. Now, having said that, there will be a number of people who will say something about that. Elaine, Melinda?
Yeah, thanks, Elaine, for stopping us. The reading through this, people have been riding the snowmobiles. The list of all of the roads that are there, or routes rather, that are there, road crossings. There's nothing new that they're asking for. But the term of this MOU is from January 15th, 2025, which is tomorrow, ongoing. And maybe that's a problem. That if
Right.
we're really wanting, we don't want to put a kibosh on your winter. We finally got everybody, all the ski places are opening now. We've got some snow. It's only for a few weeks. But to blanketly, before we have had our public input and really done a good job of looking to see whether the community wants this, just because it's been there forever, which I think needs to be respected, but whatever. I think the ongoing is a problem.
Yes, and with all due respect, we have, how many years have the snowmobilers been using these routes? And why now is there an urgency to sign an MOU?
Because we have
for
the insurance, we have the offer of the insurance. I think that's the significant part here.
Can I just clarify with respect, so the federation, so the clubs get insurance from together collectively, right? So the people up in Sudbury and the people all over, right? And so in order to get the insurance, as time's gone on and there's been more and more, claims and things are higher and higher, the stipulation's becoming greater. And so I'm sure that the clubs have been told, you better get an MOU with everybody that you're going to go on their property. So in that respect, it is better than where we were in 2024, just turning a blind eye to it. But again, it shouldn't be a forever before we really look into it.
We have a representative of one of the clubs present. Would you like to come forward and maybe help us out here? We're sort of stuck in a snowdrift.
That was very good. And if I would agree for this season only.
Okay.
And then for, consideration going forward. So, because I think there are some due diligence that we need to do. And so, yes, there's a carrot of insurance, but.
Let's hear from one of the representatives. And sir, if I don't believe we've met, but if we could have your name and the club that you're affiliated with.
Good morning. My name is Frank Kudrzola. I'm at 834-263 4th Line EHS, and I'm the president of the Orangeville Snowmobile Club. Mm-hmm. Here to represent our club and the Dufferin Drift Busters. We're both members in good standing with the OFSC. With respect to the question of the length of term of the MOU, that can easily be amended to read April 30th, 2026, which would mark, say, the end of this coming season, so that would give you the opportunity to reassess and readdress the issues.
Do you mean 25 or 25?
Sorry, 25.
Okay.
I apologize.
We're listening to you.
Just making sure, yes, everyone's still on board with this, okay? So April 30th, 2025.
The way it reads right now, Your Honor, already said it can be canceled or terminated with 60 days notice at any time by either party.
Mm-hmm.
But we're really open to this being a useful thing for them and for us for this season, and we can reassess it in the future.
So is it the wish of council to have a term in the arrangement? Fred, do you have a thought on that?
I just want to reiterate what Councillor Mantelow said. So, Mr. Donor and I discussed this as to whether to put a term in, but if this is something that council was moving forward with, the termination clause appeared to be satisfactory to staff, the 60-day termination clause, and then this agreement can just only needs to be amended if council wants to, but then it's just a standing done deal, and it doesn't have to come back on a routine basis if there's no change to it.
But I think what you've heard is that there's a desire to have a general discussion about the unopened road allowance issue, which is a small subset of your routes, I believe. But to permit that, we might want to have a sunset on the agreement, and then probably I would suggest it would be renewed, subject to the outcome of the broader discussion that we have maybe over the course of the summer. Does that sound reasonable?
That's totally reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think the other thing to be mindful of is that if you have these MOUs with individual private property owners, it strikes me as being somewhat appropriate that you have it with the municipality, because you're on road allowances.
Absolutely.
For the most part.
Between town of Amaranth and Mono Township, which is where our trail system is in place, we have agreements with over 60 different landowners.
Yes.
So, and you're right, this is something that's been kind of, everyone's turned a blind eye to and has been swept under the rug for decades. We've had trails in place, these trail systems in place for decades, probably going back to the 80s and 90s.
Yes.
And it's just, as you mentioned, it's, legal reasons, insurance reasons, and the OFSC, has, like you said, has mandated that every club in good standing with every individual landowner, be it private or a public entity, have an MOU, signed MOU in place for everyone's protection with the $15 million liability policy.
Okay, is it the wish of council to call the vote?
Do you want to change it to have a?
Well,
sunset?
Fred, do you want to add wording to the effect that the agreement sunsets in April?
No, the motion in the bylaws worded that it can be, minor amendments can be made to the bylaw with this motion. So if council's looking for a termination date of April 30th, 2025, we'll make that amendment and
Okay.
carry on.
So that we're covered by
I
substantially in the same
think
form.
April 30th is kind of, there's no snow in April. I think it should be March,
Let's
like really.
make it.
Well, there will be the requirement for the club to go in and do any postseason maintenance, pull down signage, that sort
Yeah,
of stuff.
And that would probably be
Okay.
occurring in April. Matt?
Oh, okay, thank you, thank you.
The only concern I have with April is it's mucky season, and if they're in there doing some maintenance work, it might be difficult to get equipment in there to maintain what they have to do,
Okay.
right? So maybe.
But has it ever been an issue in the past in terms of their pulling out signage and that kind of thing?
Well, there was no agreement in the past, so I don't know if they're maintaining the trails or, whatever they have to do in there. Public Works would like to meet them out there to agree with what they're doing maintenance-wise.
Okay, well,
So I
that-
think maybe a little bit later would be ideal. Even June would be a date that I would suggest.
I might speak quickly. The reason that typically we say April is because we know realistically by April, we've ceased grooming operations. And essentially, the snowmobile season has ended as far as active snowmobiling or grooming of the trails. But you're right, Matt. I mean, it doesn't mean that it can't be extended into June as far as any kind of final end of season, cleanup, et cetera.
So the wish of council in terms of substantially in the same form as Elaine?
Thank you, just a clarification. So does this MOU, is it specific to riding the trails, or is it specific to members being on those roadways? Because if it's on those roadways for cleanup, that's different than on those roadways for riding. I'm just not sure.
I think it covers both, does it not?
Section 2, item 2 outlines groom, maintain, sign, and use the lands for snowmobiling. So it would be snowmobiling plus maintaining of the lands. The June date would be a responsible date for making sure that they had access to the property appropriately. At $20,000 a sled, I think they're up to now. I don't think anybody's running a sled in the middle of May.
No, thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Mike.
Thank you. Okay, with that understanding, Fred?
So just looking for confirmation, or are you looking for end April or end June for the termination?
I'm good with June personally.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, we're all cool with June? Okay. Any opposed to the motion as read with the understanding of the termination date? Seeing no opposition, motion is passed. Thank you very much for attending. Okay. Is it the wish of council to have a 10-minute break at this point, or proceed? We're okay? Okay. I did,
I think yes.
let's make it 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah.
I'll want another one later.
We're back live.
Thank you. We're back in session now. The next item on the agenda is the interim tax levy bylaw. And I just want to say that this is the last opportunity that council has to make any changes to the budget as previously approved. And I would be open to any motion that would reconsider our decision to put monies received by the municipality from the province to offset this year's OPP cost increase. I would welcome any motion to reconsider that decision, but not having voted for it, I can't move it. Elaine?
Well, I didn't know that there was opportunity to make some suggested changes, because I would have made a few. And again, I appreciate the deliberations we've been through, I appreciate staff's expertise, but I just wondered if we could not move forward with the bridge. I know if I could see Matt.
I didn't, Elaine,
Barrier.
I may have made a mistake by raising my pet peeve with the budget. We did in fact discuss a number of things that were raised by yourself and others with regard to the bridge. We found out that the bridge was inconsequential from the standpoint of savings to the ratepayers, because it was being funded with development charges and reserves. You know, I'm just saying.
Development charges and gas tax could be used for other projects.
Well, that's true, but I think there was finality on a number of items, and some small, some large. So
Well, the other one would be to stop, to not move forward with the staff.
And again, I think we have to be mindful of what, you know, we could go through the budget and pick out things that would have a 0.5% or 0.1% difference in terms of the tax rate, and we would still end up basically where we are. The OPP decision was a 3% difference, but I just raised that, and I will go no further with it.
Okay.
Unless you wanted.
So, I appreciate that, but I do need to let you know that, council, that I've had a number of residents call me and say, I saw this in the paper and I didn't think it was real. Is it true? And I had to say yes, and say that we deliberated and it was a challenging year, and, you know, and I reiterated that it's $54 per every $100,000, and maybe that's not as scary. But I know we've had questions too then about, you know, the county tax rate. So there's a whole bunch of things at play here, but if the mayor would like a motion to take that OPP funding and put it towards this year's budget to offset expenses, I would like to make that.
Okay, I'm reluctant to do it. I just simply wanted to put my position on record. To the extent that the county impacts us, they are looking at something in the range of 5%. Their math is entirely different than our math in terms of what 1% means in terms of a tax increase or decrease. And that amount at the county level is something like $275,000 versus $90,000 roughly for us. And it is not accurate to add the two figures together. No. It's more complicated than that. Les, you had your hand up.
Right. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Les.
Thank you. This is just an interim tax rate or interim bylaw, so we can get authorization to mail out our interim tax bill. This does not set the tax rate, of course. I will come back with a tax rate bylaw, and so if you want a final kick at the can, I guess that'd be the time to do it. I don't have the bylaw, I don't think, yet from the county for the tax ratios. So until I get that from the county, I don't have a tax rate for Mono. So this is just to get the interim tax bill out so we can bill for the February and May installments.
Thank you for that clarification. So I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to enact an interim tax levy, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davy, seconded by Councillor Mangtalo. Councillor Capes? Okay. Oh, just seconding.
I
Anything?
was just providing my hand for moving or seconding.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davy?
Thank you very much. Listening to everybody talk here about this just kind of underscores to me the question, like the question that we got from Rita earlier. The misinformation and the misunderstanding and the wishful thinking that just kind of happens when you are surprised by something and you only have a piece of the information. And we have a tendency and an ability now as humans in our society to run with it before we get more information. Is there a way that we can, because we have said, and the mayor on the social media has indicated that we've had more than 6 meetings on this budget, and evidently we're going to have a couple more, that the input from the residents to be able to, because we're all residents too, to be able to understand what has been put forward and where the town has to go with respect to services. And it's not necessarily services of people who get their sidewalks plowed versus people who live on a gravel road. It's services for the entire town overall. That we need, we can't not have, and they cost money, and they're going to cost more and more money, and not to put money in your piggy bank is just has been short-sighted for so many years. Is there any way that we could take the agendas or the discussions that have happened and make them more accessible, more searchable for our residents than we are now? Because people just don't seem to know.
I think the answer is, I think we do a really good job of promoting the budget discussion, as you've indicated. We've had 6 meetings, one of which was a nighttime meeting, and we had a scant turnout. We've had little or no reaction from people other than individuals who have never darkened the door of this building. And all of a sudden, they are the experts on what we should and should not be doing and how high our taxes should be. And I think that's sad. I would hope that going into the budget discussions next year, that we have a real debate about level of service, because we made the determination that we wanted to maintain our level of service, which is what we're doing. But there may be people out there who say, no, I can live with more potholes if it means lower taxes. But they have to be aware that decisions have consequences. And I think the people that I'm having the best budget discussions with now after the fact are those who acknowledge that they want to maintain services at the current level. And when you explain to them that in order to do that, this is what the outcome is, absent any additional revenue from the province, absent any additional revenue streams such as those the City of Toronto benefits from, this is going to be the reality. I mean, Mono has 70% less of our budget is real estate tax based. In Toronto, it's 33%, because they've got that much more money coming in through different taxation tools that are not available to rural Ontario.
Well, right. So I think that one of the reasons why we have discussions, because I too have had lots of questions about it all, and it's a shock and so on. But then when it's explained, it's kind of like, well, right, everybody's got their own checkbook they got to balance. We all as adults understand that. So I'm just wondering whether, with respect to our search for our documents, what we were talking about earlier, if there was some is there, because I haven't tried to, because I've been watching everything as it unfolds, but if I just put in budget, you know, that isn't going to, is there a way to educate our residents better to be able to find the information?
We still have on our site, on the scroll, which is the sort of the prominent part of our front-facing page, we still have all of our budget materials, stretching back to October. And that became a feature, the minute we started talking about the budget, that became a prominent feature of our site. And I've used social media to advertise that resource to people. I invited people on the local Facebook page that purports to be from the town of Mono. I invited people to that nighttime meeting. And I tried to describe some of the pressures that we were under. And for whatever reason, it doesn't sink in until you've actually made the decision that we made. We can always do more, but I don't know how much more. I really, really don't. Yeah.
That's just my question, just to turn online to maybe something that's more condensed, maybe a summary that's better, maybe like a additional, you know, quote, minutes for people or something.
I think Les does a pretty good job, and especially his memo that accompanies the budget, or actually accompanies the capital discussion, where he describes, you know, what has gone up in cost, where the pressure points are, and how much this is going to end up costing us. I mean, I've quoted that so many times. Thank you, Les.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
So I have that motion before us. Is there anyone opposed to it? This is so that we can get the interim tax bill out. Elaine? Go ahead.
Thank you. Did you need a mover?
I think
It's already moved.
already moved and seconded.
Okay, then that's great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Fire Protection Grant Transfer Payment Agreement. Next item. And Les, do you want to speak to this briefly?
Yes, Your Worship. This is a good news. I filed the application on behalf of the Rosemont Fire District Fire Department, and we filed for a larger grant, but we did receive some grant funds, and it's towards the purchase of, I guess, a turnout gear dryer. It's a significant piece of equipment because, if I recall, when Secretary Trevor was in the past, when the fire department firefighters came back, they would wash their turnout gear and hang them up. And of course, that would take forever to dry, because as you can appreciate, the turnout gear is a pretty heavy outfit. So the dryer will now be able, with the dryer, they will now be able to dry the turnout gear in a matter of hours versus days. So they'll be able to put them back into operation. To get the grant, need council to sign the agreement for the grant.
Thank you. Melinda, as our chair, do you have any comments on this?
No, I think that it's important, but it does kind of underscore that there's money out there, and when you talk about the City of Toronto, there's money out there, but you have to be very clever as to what it is you're asking for the money, and it has to go to the one thing. But this is the gear situation is extremely important, and the gear, because of the, it needs to, they can't just take it home, right? It has to stay at the hall. So no, this is a good news, and yes, absolutely, let's go ahead.
Thank you. So I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw authorizing the town of Mono to enter into a transfer payment agreement with the province of Ontario, substantially in the form as attached as Schedule A to the bylaw, to receive funds under the Fire Protection Grant Program, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed of the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Would you like to? Oh, Elaine?
I'll move.
Okay. And seconded by Melinda. Any further
And
discussion?
congratulations, that's very good, because this contributes to keeping our firefighters healthy and safe, and their families, so, thank you.
Well, kudos to Chief Mike Blackwell.
Yes.
He filed, or he completed the grant, and he had to use us to transfer it to the province. But the chief wrote the grant and they got the approval.
Thank you. Yes, and Melinda, please pass along our thanks to the chief. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Town of Mono Health and Safety Policy Statement. Mike, would you like to speak to that?
Thanks, Your Worship. So this is an annual recommitment from council and staff to ensure that everybody's following the Ontario Health and Safety Act. So it's a
Any substantial changes from last year?
no. We're still commencing with our committee internal and so forth.
So I have a motion that council adopts the 2025 Health and Safety Policy Statement. Moved by Melinda, seconded by Elaine. Any further questions, comments? Any opposed? Motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the Cardinal Woods Drinking Water System 2024-25 MECP Inspection Report. Discussion? Or presentation?
Presentation first.
Yeah, let's just have a brief presentation about the highlights of this. Now, Matt, has this been formally turned over to you from Michael, or?
So this is my last one.
Your last one?
It's officially my last one with my signature on it. Matt was dealing with a few other things this year, so the oversight was still falling under me. Matt will be meeting with the operating authority in the coming month to discuss a lot of the content that's contained. There's one non-compliance, but there are quite a few recommendations to clean up some of the filing. The operating authority still continues to struggle with workload. It's been identified in their audits, in our audits, and they're working through the processes. The biggest one that I identified was, and there is a typo in the memo, sorry, question IDs should be 103-8001 and 103-9001, so I apologize for that. Those two statements are something that council should be notified of. The recommendations that were inside of the inspection report. We had roughly 70 hours of IT time to retrieve our data on our new SCADA system. I'm not going to pretend that I understand software, patches, end of useful lives, nor the competence of the software providers. So while the drinking water systems are highly technologically advanced now, you do run into issues of computer problems. We were well over a month extracting our data for the ministry, and we're continuing with research into the solution moving forward. Whether it's upgrading and staying with the current software or moving to a different platform, either one will have significant financial impacts to the provision of potable water to the users of the Cardinal Woods and Island Lake drinking water systems. We're instructed by the ministry to become better, bigger, bolder, technologically advanced, and we're trying to work through this issue right now. We still continue to provide adequate and appropriate drinking water or above standard drinking water to the residents And it wasn't a concern. It was just the fact that we couldn't find the data that said that we were doing that, even though we know it was happening. So, and the chlorinization of the water was at no time ever affected by this. It was just a measurement tool. So that's the whole gist and content of the report will be discussed with the operating authority. I would like to highlight that there is only one non-compliance, but there is some pretty deep dive by the ministry into the logging and once again the SCADA backup operations. So,
Ralph is next.
Thanks, Mike. And I think I've studied this in fair detail.
Yeah, you can be a little closer. Elaine was having a hard time hearing.
Thank you. I appreciate being heard. I recognize that the drinking water was never at a risk factor for the residents. I think we should emphasize that. I have comments and questions about a number of items, and I'll leave the SCADA one because you've covered that. It's very disturbing that we went into this program, and then it takes hours and hours and hours to get the necessary data out of it. I can't believe that. That's just beyond my ability to understand. This is a new program that should provide data that's very available to us. Anyway, my questions are about probably about the non-compliance one, which is the UV sensors. Is that the one you're referring to, Mike?
That's correct.
Yes. So the understanding is that they were not checked or calibrated, and this, of course, is important because the UV sensors are the part of the ultraviolet light treatment is our primary treatment. I hope that you will convey to the operators the council's distress at that they're not following what seems to me to be a simple process. The other one is that I noticed particularly is that the treated water flow meter was described as being heavily corroded. The question is this something that is hard to find? Is this something that they should have picked it up because it's sitting there right pretty obvious when you walk into the building? And I have one more comment, but maybe you'd like to answer that one first, Mike.
So if I may, Councillor Mankdalo, just a step back on the UV. So the UV is secondary disinfection.
Okay.
Primary disinfection is chlorinization.
Okay.
And because the well is considered a GUDI, groundwater under direct influence, it is required the UV for the secondary disinfection. So the chlorinization definitely is our main and the time frame that they missed the calibration was a 1.5 month period after first notification from the MECP. It would have been from between August 25th and mid-October is when they missed their monthly calibration, and then they corrected it following that in 2023. So that just puts the non-compliance into perspective. The flow meter working, collecting the data, providing us with the information. There are many parts within the water system that become corroded. Should have been maintained, should have been pulled out of service. That's a discussion that we'll have with the operating authority moving forward. Yes, it's definitely would be on preventative maintenance to ensure the corrosion is there, but a good working part is a good working part. So it's a tough call. Council will recall the ministry telling us to remove our 30-year-old well pump that was working great. And a month after we put the new one in, it failed. So it's definitely preventative maintenance that should occur within the plant, and those discussions will occur with the operating authority.
Another question, Mike, is this a corroded meter an easy thing to pick up, or is this something you walk into the room and you say, this doesn't look right?
I've attended the pump house many times. I haven't identified anything like this. So I don't know whether this is a deeper dive in inspection or they pulled it apart as part of the inspection process, but as noted, we'll be following up with the operating authority.
My final question or query is about the sodium levels. My understanding is that the maximum sodium levels was exceeded by a great amount. I think the maximum sodium level, you correct me, maybe 20. Is that right?
Why do I want to think 50? There is a maximum allowable concentration of sodium that's in the water, and we are under the Cardinal Woods system. We do notify the Wellington Dufferin Guelph Health Unit so that physicians can notify any sodium reduced diet patients of that. But we're still within the aesthetic numbers, under the aesthetic numbers of the province. And this will be reported more in detail in March of the coming months with the provision of the annual reports to council.
So what I see in the report here is that anything, the acceptable range is anything less than 20 milligrams. You're suggesting that I'm mistaken in that?
No, if you're reading, sorry, I was saying that I didn't know the actual allowable limit offhand, but if the report is notifying 20, then we would be exceeding it and providing once every 5-year notification to the Guelph dwellers.
Our limits were 56 and 65 at the two measurement times. It seems to be excessive. I know that as a physician that amount of sodium is actually of minimal harm even to people who are very sodium sensitive, but it is a part of the regulations that we're supposed to be keeping ourselves under. Thanks for your report.
Thanks, Elaine.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mike, for your summary of that very detailed report. I think it's disappointing, while these may be secondary checks for our system, that the UV sensors are not checked. It's just, you know, it's disappointing that they're just not doing it. So I know that there's an SOP that will be presented to the town of Orangeville. I've provided a copy to Martha. Will we also get a copy of that? Is one question.
So the council is aware of our drinking water quality management system that is available at the front counter, all within the appendices of the drinking water quality management system are all the standard operating procedures associated with the operation and function of the drinking water systems. So yes, so
Okay.
the DWQMS is updated with any new SOP and any new direction or forms that are created by the operating authority.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. And I do just want to emphasize, as we have said, first of all, I appreciate and expect that all legislative reports or requirements be carried out. And I do just want to emphasize again that all the water sample results met the ODWQS. And so our residents should be assured that we have a good management oversight on our water systems. And we do take things seriously and we do take action. And I will say thank you, Mike, for all the years that you have been diligently addressing this and taking care of it. And I say congratulations, Matt, for you taking this over, and I know you will do a great job. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? I have one brief one, and that is the SCADA thing really stuck out to me in as much as it's a relatively new system that we invested heavily in. And when I say we, the water users basically paid for it, not the taxpayers, you know, outside of the water users. Do we have any recourse against who sold us this system, inasmuch as my understanding was that it was intended to be something that you got data out of very easily, like that was the whole point of it, was it not?
100% all software, right? So the SCADA installation finalized in 2020. At that point, we had purchased the SCADA software that was actually 2017 software, because it didn't have with patches. So we're encroaching on 10 years. We're encroaching on 10 years old,
That long, huh?
right? It just keeps. If they had a 2020 model, when we installed it, we would have bought it. But it, as for recourse on a probably North American-wide company that's provided us with a solution, as well as with a financial impact of upgrading to their next latest and greatest. I don't know what our recourse is that far out on a product. And we're still investigating the real reason as to why this occurred, whether it was software programming or whether it was software provision of software styles. So we're still, to the best of our available knowledge, trying to dig into that.
Well, if we're going to do any further business with this supplier, I'd suggest that we play hardball on cost, given our experience that, as you say, was it 70 hours that it took?
That's approximately what the efforts were on our IT department. Yes.
Wow. Wow.
And just to clarify, we're sending data every 5 seconds right now. It's coming into this building. It's being transferred here. It's not a light load of data. It's not a small load of data. It is a very significant amount of data on many levels. Pumps on, pumps off, UV on, UV off, chlorine on, chlorine off. It's being measured. It's a highly technologically advanced system. So it is a lot of data, and we are working through this process.
Okay. And finally, and it is somewhat related but not, a refresh from Matt on the reason for the water signs that are posted in Cardinal Woods, just to remind us what's happening there.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Krillman. Yeah, so council may recall in September 2023, I believe, Mike brought a report to council for some capital improvements to the high lift pumps at the Cardinal Woods pump house. There's 4 pumps in that pump house that provide water. Currently 3 are offline to complete those replacements in the valving and the plumbing, the piping, associated piping. So the restrictions are in place as a safety net. Currently we have 2 reservoirs that are drained to allow this work to be completed, and like I said, the 3 pumps are offline. So out of an abundance of caution, we have asked residents to reduce their usage, and the hope is things are going really well. They started Monday morning. Abertex, the contractor, and we've been monitoring them very closely to ensure that they're following all the rules that MECP has mandated, and the town engineer and operating authority are also keeping a close eye on the work. So the hope is that it'll be wrapped up sooner than later, but that's where we're at right now, and hopefully in the next month or 2 we'll be wrapped up there and up and running.
Okay. So I have a motion that we receive the 2024-2025 MECP inspection report for the Cardinal Woods drinking water system. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Capes moves, seconded by Councillor Mangtalo. Any further discussion? Any opposed? And that motion is carried. And that brings us to Councillor Capes' motion with regard to the 407. And if Council will permit me, I'll read it, and then we can have a discussion. And I presume, Councillor Capes, you'd like to be the mover. Okay, whereas in 1998, Premier Mike Harris passed Bill 70, allowing the sale of Highway 407 to a private consortium on a 99-year lease, enabling the consortium to set its own till rates. And whereas privatization has led to significant toll increases over the years, limiting the use of Highway 407, causing high traffic volumes on other roads and highways, and whereas high tolls disproportionately affect low-income and mid-income residents who rely on the highway to commute to work, and whereas trucking companies avoid Highway 407 due to tolls leading to higher volumes of trucks on other roads, and whereas a Transport Action Ontario study suggests a toll subsidy for trucks could increase truck usage of Highway 407 and reduce volume on other roads, and whereas toll revenues from Highway 407 currently benefit private entities while residents continue to face high costs and traffic volumes, and whereas lower tolls from public ownership would increase Highway 407 usage, alleviate traffic on other highways, and generate revenue through increased usage, and whereas less truck traffic on other roads would create safer and less congested travel for citizens commuting to work outside of Dufferin, therefore be it resolved that the Town of Mono supports the motion by the City of Vaughan to the Premier of Ontario and the Minister of Transportation endorsing the feasibility study for buying back the lease on Highway 407. Councillor Capes, I'm just wondering, is there a feasibility study, or are we supporting a feasibility study?
So this was extracted from the Vaughan motion, thank you. And yes, the motion to the province, to the Premier and the Minister of Transportation is to call for a feasibility study buying back the lease for Highway 407. So sorry for the spelling mistakes, and commuting, not commuting. So those were a couple of spelling mistakes, I apologize. I also want to add that 51.4, and this is from the Dufferin County Equity or ECDEV Strategic Strategy and Action Plan. 51.4% of Dufferin residents commute outside of Dufferin County for work. And actually this puts us in the second place, in the highest in the province in this category. So there are a lot of people who would be potentially beneficially impacted. In Mono, we have 2,135 people who commute out of Mono, 355 go to Brampton, 220 go to Mississauga, 175 go to Toronto. So I think having public access to the 407 to reduce their costs, and also having less trucks on the roads that we are using that would be diverted to the 407 would be beneficial, and not to undermine the fact that this would add environmental protection reasons and could deflate the current case to build the 413, which I think would be also beneficial, so everybody wins.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Melinda and then Ralph.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Elaine, for bringing this forward. I noticed that Doug Ford made an announcement on Thursday that he's not going to pursue buying back. He said that in 1999 it was sold for $3 billion and now it's worth $35. So I'm not sure where that money's going to come from, $35 billion to pay. It's got to come from someplace else because there's no extra money anywhere. And once the province has put in that many billions of dollars, I find it really hard to fathom that my tolls, because I go to Toronto fairly often and I always take 407, I find it hard to believe that the tolls are going to be lower. We're going to have to get that. They're going to have to get that $35 billion back. So I think that it is you know, I don't see where this is going to go when the government's already said they're not interested in doing it.
Yeah, well, I guess I would like to thank you for that update. I didn't hear that. And yeah, 35 billion, but how much is it costing to build the 413 that they can save and buy back the 407 that's already there? And, you know, it still has all of those benefits for having that highway under public dollars, and they could change the rates. But anyway, I think there's no harm in pushing and continuing to push what we think is important onto the desk of the persons making the decisions about things. And I think if we can still push for a feasibility study, and there's enough voices saying we need the feasibility to make a decision so that it's an intelligent decision, I think that it's a good idea. So thank you, though, for your comments, Melinda.
Ralph?
Thank you for your strong endorsement of this idea, Elaine. How can we give this motion a little more impact, since it's a repeat of a previous motion we did 2 years ago? How can we structure it in such a way that it catches their attention? Mono did this 2 years ago, right?
No. What we did 2 years ago was we supported a motion from the town of Orangeville that in fact borrowed it from other municipalities with regard to the 413. So it dealt with our opposition to the concept of 413. I don't think it dealt with the issue of buyback.
Buyback, okay.
Yeah.
I take it back.
It's okay. You know, and just for the record, I think the decision to sell the 407 was one of the stupidest decisions. Well, and the history on that, frankly, was it was done by a previous government to balance the budget in advance of an election, just for history's sake. So if there's any further discussion of this, Rita, yes, you. Sharon.
Ask a question, if I may.
Yeah, come on forward.
Thank you. And there's a little.
And your name for the record. Perfect.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sharon Somerville. I live at 428-005 25 Side Road here in Mono. And the question I was going to ask was if the council could please support this motion, because I think it is an important piece of the conversation about the transportation grid and where we're going with it in the province. But there was a bit of a glitch in the motion, and I apologize for that, because there is a piece of the Vaughan motion that isn't in this motion. And that piece of the Vaughan motion was actually the most critical piece of it, because I agree with you, Melinda, that it's not that reasonable to buy. And it's actually not buying back the 407, because we still own it. It was a lease situation. It would be renegotiating the lease. But the piece that is missing is the piece that it talks about establishing a pilot project on the 407 to reduce or remove truck tolls. To assess the idea that allowing trucks back, yes, that allowing trucks on the 407 would actually relieve the congestion, which is extreme, on the other 400 series highways. And just for the record, the Ministry of Transportation's own report states that building the 413 will not relieve construction on the other 400 series highways. And this might actually do that.
Excellent points, because didn't they build the 407 to try to reduce the congestion on the 401, right? And all we're
Correct.
doing is moving it. And yes, we've got people up here that are still going to the city, and my condolences to those who have to. I only go once in a while, and it's just getting worse and worse. What we really need to do is focus on improving our economies and the reason why people move here and stay here and work here and those kinds of things, rather than giving avenues, east-west avenues to go north-south, right?
I think there are other ways of approaching the transportation issues, but, and specifically using the 407 as the truck bypass, which it was actually designed to do back in the 50s when it was originally conceived. is probably a major step forward in rethinking how we look at transportation in the GTHA. So I don't know how we want to handle that bit of a disconnect in
Well, I
the
think
motion.
that, I mean, and even though Ralph ended up being a little bit off with respect to, I think if we had our own motion, I would feel a little bit better about it and really focusing more on that than the idea of the money, of renegotiating it and saying that, you know, we're going to save money or get money or it'll be better or whatever, to actually address as a municipality with a problem that we have commuters that take too long, and here's a solution to try to. I would prefer a motion like that.
Would the mover and seconder be willing to withdraw this motion today in favor of a standalone monocentric motion at the next meeting that incorporates some of the statistics that you mentioned, Elaine, deals with the issue of the lease versus buyback, and the possibility of some kind of pilot program to encourage truck traffic to go on to the 409. 407,
I would
I should say.
absolutely be open to making a subsequent motion that gets to the point that we want to make and that makes it our own. I was lifting this from the Vaughan motion.
Okay. And I'm happy to help with that, and I promise not to start the motion with my opinion about the sale of the 407.
It's 1999, that's a long time.
It was breathtaking, let's put it that way. So with
So
the...
what do we do, hold this motion over? I'm
No,
not sure what the-
my suggestion is that we have our own standalone motion that incorporates your stats, that
Right.
references Vaughan's efforts, but deals with, you know, the things that Sharon has just indicated are not in this motion.
Yeah.
For
Okay,
clarification,
so we just vote on this and lose it and then come back with a new one?
No,
How
it
do we
can
do
be,
this?
it can be
withdraw,
with-
The same thing
yeah,
back.
sorry.
Your worship, I don't think this has been seconded yet, so it's not on the floor.
I thought it had been.
Oh, good.
If it has, I missed who seconded it.
No,
because I
you're
can't
right,
remember.
because I started
You're right,
back,
because
but
I
then
jumped
wanted
to,
move it.
Elaine, and then I just went tearing into reading the motion, so I
Okay.
apologize, but it may end up well.
Okay.
That's good, so it's not on the floor, so we don't have to do anything with it.
I'd also like to know if somebody leases something, and even if it's for 99 years, that means you're getting an income stream from it. So Ontario does get an income stream. Do we know those numbers?
Yes, those numbers are available publicly.
So that would be good, and then I wonder, but then, because it's to a private company, the actual toll numbers are not known. But you would have to assume they'd be big, or are they known?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think it's something we could look into, whether or not the toll numbers are known. But what we do know is that tolls are about to go up again, and that the tolls on the 407 are the highest in the world. I think it's important to, if we just...
Go ahead, Sharon.
I think it's important to note that during, that the profit per dollar basis on the 407 is 78 cents. So it is the most successful corporation in the country. It's not, they make $78 on every dollar. 78 cents, yeah, on every dollar. So, I mean, it's a monopoly, so, you know, it's a pretty good gig. But one of the things, of course, that I think is also important to note is that the government reduced the fees that the 407 pays to the government by $1 billion during COVID, because their numbers were down, because people weren't the arrangement with the 407 is that they have to meet a certain threshold of fees to pay the province, and the province rescinded that over COVID by $1 billion.
Isn't that nice of them?
Yeah.
I'd be curious as well, and I don't think anything hinges on this, but I'd be curious as well as to who pays for the policing of the 407. whether it's the municipalities through which it runs, or whether it's the consortium. It should be the consortium, frankly, that is sent a bill for the OPP policing. And I don't know the answer to that, but it would be fascinating to see if they're let off the hook for that as well.
Yeah.
So we've...
Great. Thank you, Sharon, for coming and bringing.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me this morning.
Good to see you,
Yeah.
Sharon, and I have to admit, I see you in other contexts, and I didn't make the connection right away. Thank you for coming. So
We'll work on a new motion.
we don't have a motion,
No.
and we need to go in camera, I believe.
Your worship, Stan is in the waiting room, I guess we'll
Yes,
say.
okay. So we're going to need to go in camera and do Schedule A afterwards. So thank you, everyone, for attending. You're welcome to come back after we've had a discussion with our council. I have a motion that council move into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 11:11 a.m. for Aragon Plan of Subdivision, Sections 239, subsection 2, subsection E, and subsection F, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Second item, Bruce Trail Conservancy, Consult OLT Appeal, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection E, subsection F, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. And finally, CAO Performance Review, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection B, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Magdalene moves, Councillor Cape seconds, and if we can go offline now.
assuming.
We are back live.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I have a resolution that reads as follows, that we rise from an in-camera session at 19 minutes past 1 p.m., and council accept advice from the town solicitor and direct town staff and the town solicitor to proceed accordingly. Do I need to be precise as to which item he advised on?
No, it's on all advice received in camera by the solicitor.
Okay, all advice. Do I have a mover for that? Elaine Capes moves, seconded by Councillor Davy. Any opposed? And that motion is carried. And then I need the other.
So the other resolution, as discussed in camera, is as follows. Whereas Town Council has received, reviewed, and considered 2 letters from the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks dated October 9th and October 18th, 2024, that were provided to the town solicitor by Aragon's lawyers on the evening of December 21, 2024, and refer to MECP requirements for the director to issue an environmental compliance certificate for a private communal sewage system. And whereas the MECP director references Section 93 of the Municipal Act 2001 in his letter of October 18, 2024, where he writes, prior to establishing and operating a sewage public utility, the municipality that has jurisdiction over the public utility in the area must provide its consent. And whereas Town Council has previously received, reviewed, and considered the advice and opinions of Mike Dunmore, Chief Administrative Officer, Gord Feniak, R.J. Burnside, Town Engineer, and Nick McDonald, Meridian Planning, Town Consultant Planner, in respect of the proposed servicing of the Aragon lands fronting Highway 10 by a small-scale communal wastewater treatment system. Now, therefore, Council for the Town of Mono resolves that it shall not provide its consent, required under Section 93 of the Municipal Act, to establish or operate a small-scale communal wastewater treatment system to service the Aragon lands.
Quick question, did you mean to say letters received from the minister or the ministry?
I'm sorry, it does say letters received from the Ministry of Environment.
Ministry, thank you. So do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davy moves, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any further discussion? Any opposed? That motion is carried. I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. So let's, I'll move that once everybody's raised their Schedule A matters. Melinda, do you have anything?
I do have some matters, so you want me to just go?
Yep.
Okay. So I had on my list, which I didn't, you knew we were going to talk about this, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, number 11, number 25, and number 26, which are the Amaranth, East Gary, Grand Valley, Melanchthon, Shelburne, Orangeville, and Mulmer responses to the multi-jurisdictional fire prevention plan and protection plan that came out in August. So yes, months have passed, and now there have been official comments from all of the other 7 municipalities in Dufferin, and we're the last one, though we did review the document back when it came out, and I think it was one of our September meetings where we accepted the document. But we've been waiting, and I think the reason that we've been waiting needs to be expressed to the public. We are a municipality, as you know, of about 9,000 plus people. We are serviced by 4 separate fire departments, 2 of which we purchase a service for, or we're billed for their services, and do not have any say in anything that happens within the fire departments. We just pay the bills. And that bill for the last few years for the Orangeville fire department's been about $1 million, and for the Caledon one has been under $500,000, but it's approaching, since it was $350,000 as a surprise this year for 2024. So there are 2 other fire departments that service Mono, and I have the privilege of sitting on the board of both of those. The Rosemont, for which we sit with 2 other municipalities, and we account for 25% of the cost of operating, and about 25% of the calls. That's how it all kind of works out. And then we also sit on we're also serviced by the Shelburne and District Fire Board, where we are one of 5, and we only are responsible for under 10% of their budget. So those numbers turn out to be Rosemont we pay, and they're about equal. Shelburne we pay in the $83,000, and the Rosemont in the 90 range. And Rosemont and Shelburne, we've been contributing also to their capital budgets. So the money is a really big concern if there's to be any reorganization. But Mono's in a tough spot in that we're such a small voice in these 2, a minority voice, and so there is some suggestions, and from the Fire Prevention Modernization Plan, and you can read from these 7 documents from the other councils around. There is no unanimous decision about what we should do. And in fact, there's since the documents came out in August, and since the letters have come out, and since we've had at Shelburne, basically it's the Shelburne District Fire Board that, though the municipalities that sit on that board are the ones that really will ultimately decide, because Orangeville has decided to keep themselves out of it with respect to who services Mono. And Caledon, of course, is not even in Dufferin, so it's not in the, so it's those 5 municipalities. And we sat around, we had a board meeting this week, and we sat around, and even around the table with documents of what the council, their individual councils have said is this is the way we think we should go. There was some flipping, and this is a very, very big topic, and will require a great deal of debate as to what's the best for our municipality. So given that not everybody is here now, I don't know that we need to talk about it right now, but I felt that it was important that the public gets an update that your fire service is great. We don't have, there is no problem with the fire service. There seems to be, because we're serviced by 4 different individual departments which do work together, there is some differences. There's some differences in the pay, and there's some differences in some of the equipment, and they can borrow and use mutual aid and so on. They all work cooperatively. So there's no concern about the service delivery. The issue is the organization of the governance of the of services throughout the county to try to get some consistency.
So I think before we go much further, we should resolve to have a discussion about this as a standalone item on a future agenda with lots of time.
And I think soon, knowing that there are rumblings, and there are each of our 2 agreements that we have are older agreements, and so we're even if nothing were to change, those agreements need to be looked at. Yeah. That we need to have as a municipality, we're obligated by law to provide fire services, and our agreements that we have been they're very broad. They're not, but they could be more specific, given that it's many years since they were really looked at. So it's a big discussion, not just this, but what do we for Mono. Yeah.
You've given us a great overview of our situation. and some of the challenges. And one of the biggest challenges, as I see it, is the fact that the county study contained no cost estimates. It did not address the issue of what scenarios generated what expenses.
Oh, no, there's no cost savings involved, which is why I point out how much money Mono is spending for fire services.
Yeah.
The 2025 budget's 1.67 million. This is not a money-saving thing. There was a small item in the document to indicate that if you had equipment, and I had equipment, and we shared the equipment, or we bought more replacement equipment, you might have a savings over you do you and I do me, right? Yeah. But with respect to the issue is that we have 9,000, what do you have, 4,000 structures or something, homes, and they need to be protected, and they need to be protected by whomever, and that has a cost to it. So it's not a savings.
So, Elaine, and are we, just before I recognize Elaine, are we okay with the idea of a standalone discussion? Elaine, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councillor Davey for that summary, because that was very good. And, you know, I need to understand our motivation for doing things, because why are we even contemplating this? I'll just put that out. We right now have a high standard of fire protection and prevention for Mono, and that's the bottom line. And so, you know, inconsistencies, whatever. There's inconsistencies between how the municipalities are run. There's inconsistencies between all kinds of things. And so to me, that doesn't cut it. But I am all in support of having a separate, in-depth conversation about this to look at what is it we really are trying to achieve? What is the outcome that we are looking for, and how are we, like, what is it that we're going to do any differently than what we do now to achieve that? So thank you, Melinda.
Okay.
And that was all I had.
Oh.
That's all I have for Schedule A.
Ralph?
There's one item, is,
Mike?
Les, are you there? It's item 31. I just wanted a clarification, if anybody could explain it to me, unless you probably are the person. This is a, what do you call it, class? I've lost it, but number 31?
Aggregate extraction, property costs.
So that item refers to the property taxes on aggregate pits. The province has made an agreement with the aggregate operators in Ontario. In the past, the property tax rate would have been the industrial tax rate, but now that's being changed. They'll be now paying something a little bit less than the industrial tax rate. They will be set up in their own tax class, similar to how we have the farm tax class, the managed forest tax class. Now I guess we'll have the aggregate tax class. Maybe not by that name, but they'll have their own separate tax class. So the question is, how will it affect Mono? We have an assessment value that I got from Kathy, approximately $3.3 million of assessment for our aggregate taxation, I guess. With this new change in its own subclass, for 2025, we're going to receive approximately $6,300 less than we normally would have. The province refers to that they're sharing costs with the municipalities, and how the province is paying, or not paying, how the province is reducing the cost rate for aggregate on their end is they'll be reducing the education levy to them. And so they're saying we're all kind of sharing in the agreement that they did with the aggregate industry.
So the bottom line is that we're going to receive $6,300 less than we otherwise would.
That's correct.
Thanks.
About that amount.
Thank you.
But Les, did we not just go through a big court battle led by the County of Wellington to get more revenue from aggregate properties? And now the province is stepping in to sort of bail out the aggregate industry again? Is that an oversimplification of what I just heard?
I think you're pretty accurate, Mr. Mayor. Originally, it was not supposed to affect municipalities in any way, but I think this latest change, it's affecting both the province and municipalities. And you are correct, we did go through a large assessment review with the aggregate industry, and this is what they've come up with.
Just before I recognize Elaine, I'm happy to speak to my colleagues in Caledon to see how this is impacting them, and maybe that could be a joint effort on our part with them if they are being negatively impacted by this. Elaine?
Yeah, and thank you for that, Les, because, one of my questions was, how will $3 million in municipal tax benefits come to Mono? Because, I was looking for some reciprocal from the Ontario government. Anyway, so, there is $6,300 less coming to us from that tax class now, which isn't huge. However, it does ignore the increases to our road costs because of increased truck traffic, especially when more aggregate pits get rolling. So, it would be nice if we got more of that $6 million that the government will put in its pockets from saving the aggregate industry. And then I love the closing, maintaining a close relationship is critical. Well, did they ask us? No. Anyway, their close relationship is only with aggregate. It's not with, everybody else. And so I found that interesting. So $6,300 less, and how far does that $6,300 go in, our road maintenance and keeping trucks from damaging all of our roads? But anyway, that's just my comment. But thank you very much for your having that dollar figure with you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Ralph, did you have anything else?
No, that's what I feared.
Yeah.
Not a good message. Sorry, it's what I feared. It's not a good message.
Just when you think there's good news, they make it bad news. My only item is item number 3, the appreciated letter of support from Kyle Seeback on the rural carbon tax top-up. Because Parliament has prorogued, it means that the government has not introduced, or if it had introduced the necessary legislation to bring that about, it's now not happening unless the government somehow manages to get back into business and honors the commitment of the last federal budget statement, which was to expand that into Orangeville and Mono as far as we could see.
And it went to the department, not necessarily to her, right? Because she's not even, it wasn't even addressed to the right person in the end if they didn't look at it.
It was, I think it was signed and sent about 3 days before she resigned.
Yeah,
so
that's what I thought.
we've-
So hopefully he'll send it again in the new year to the new government,
Well,
right?
the new government may want to axe the tax altogether, but that would be axing what we are rightly owed. Anyways, Elaine, do you have anything from Schedule A?
Well, thank you. Now that you brought that up. So number 3, number 22, and number 32, I just generally want to thank the mayor for his persistence on those items and the recognition that that is getting elsewhere.
Well, thank you. That goes to the whole issue of advocacy on behalf of the town. Thank you. So I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. Do I have a mover? Councillor Cape, seconded by Councillor Magdalow. And sorry.
I thought other people,
Sorry, I cut you off, Elaine. You had other matters as well?
no, actually, I thought other people had brought some of these to the table. I did want to say, with regard to number 17, that I'm sorry we did not get the grant. but there are other options, and I believe I sent some information to the CAO about funding for municipalities under 30,000. So hopefully that is received, and we can get money from somewhere else. And number 15, the ARU framework. I thought that Councillor Deputy Mayor Nix had some questions about that.
He wanted clarification, right? Those questions, did you want to ask those questions publicly? The ones
Well,
about,
yeah.
does it affect rural?
Right, and I guess, you know, I'm kind of like perplexed that now our maximum lot coverage is out the window, separation distances is out the window. So what about structures that are not ARU defined, but are like garages or sheds? Are they now, you know, wrapped up in this too?
Fred?
So I think, council got a lot of emails on this from our consultant planner, but what I think I'll do is I'll have the consultant planner assemble those 4 emails that council received into one document on what this means. That way we're not, that way staff's providing a better wholesome answer within one document.
And then it goes on Schedule A another time?
Correct, or becomes an agenda item, one of the two, whatever the clerk wants. But we'll get an overview to the ARU framework.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much. That's it. So now I'll make your motion for you, Mr. Mayor, to accept Schedule A if that's where you are.
Okay, and the seconder on the motion, Elaine, and seconded by Melinda, sorry. I was about to cough. Anyways, I don't see any opposition. That passes. Reports of members of council and staff, if we can keep this brief. Matt, do you have anything to report?
Thanks, Mayor Croman. Not primarily the Cardinal Woods pump house was I've already addressed. Bridge 21 started on Monday as well, the upgrades there. It's well underway. Hopefully it'll be wrapped up in the next week or two. The road is closed. There's a detour route, Dufferin Road 16 to Mono-Am Town Line. A slight inconvenience to residents, but the work should be wrapped up sooner than later. Forest.
The bridge that has the guardrail issues?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Bridge 21, blind line just south of Dufferin 10.
That was the
Then the forest harvesting is wrapped up at Klondike, Aiken's tract on 5th line, and I believe they're starting to demobilize on 4th line. So council will recall that was a revenue of about $85,000 that we've received. So that's been received, and everything went really well. We didn't receive any calls or any concerns. We may revisit that in the spring, but it's expected that it was a positive move, and Public Works will be looking towards releasing another tender in the spring for the additional forest tract management as part of the forest management plan that's on the town website. We have a couple of vehicles down. Council will recall maybe in this past budget discussions, we've been having a heck of a time receiving plow trucks. So we tendered the last plow truck and awarded it in June of 2023, and we've yet to receive those 2 units, a single axle and a tandem. So it's taking approximately 2 years to receive these units. Our next unit is expected to be received or to be replaced in 2026. So we're going to try to factor that into the next budget meeting, so we do receive them on time, because we're running into costly repairs with these units now, and a little bit of a disruption to our normal operation. And that's all for me right now. Thank you.
So just a couple of things very quickly from Recreation, and that's a reminder that Winterfest is fast approaching, Sunday, February the 2nd, 12 noon to 4 p.m. Hoping that all members of council can be there to serve the hot apple cider. If you're not going to be available, if you could just let me know, that would be great.
But all the plans are well underway. Lots of community groups this year, including new ones that have come forward and found out about us. Big Sisters, Big Brothers, again, are going to be out there as volunteers when we really appreciate what they bring volunteer-wise to us, as well as just being part of our group that day. So February 2nd, please put it down on your agendas. That would be great. Second thing is just to let you know the Snowshoe Lending Library is up and running on our website, so people are more than welcome to register to borrow without cost sets of snowshoes. You just have to send in your registration form and we'll contact you and make arrangements for the pickup of the snowshoes. You're welcome to have them from a Thursday through to a Monday and try them out on any of our trails and parklands. So we've got 40 pairs of snowshoes out there that we're very much wanting to lend out to our residents. Ice rinks are up and running at Purple Hill and Mono College, at Mono Center. We've got the liner down, we've got the water in, just waiting for Mother Nature to help us freeze the water, because that one takes more water than the others. Also, at that rink, I'll make a call out right now if there's any volunteers in the neighborhood who could come forward, because we've had a couple of volunteers due to illness and due to some challenges with work obligations who've had to step back from that volunteer committee. So Town of Mono staff have stepped up to the plate, and we are helping with the maintenance and the flooding of that rink for now, but very much need to have volunteers come forward for the Mono Center ice rink. And last but not least is happy to let you know that the Learn to Ski program that we offer in partnership with the Mono Nordic Ski Club started up again yesterday and is fully booked until the 7th of March. So every Monday through Friday up until March 7th, and depending on the weather, of course, we have school children coming through our doors at Menora Park learning how to ski, cross-country ski, thanks to the volunteers and the people from Mono Nordic Ski Club. In partnership with the town of Mono. So that's a fabulous program that is definitely being used by our residents as well as residents of neighboring municipalities.
Excuse me, Kim, what is the part of our town in this program?
In this program, we provide free rental space to the Mono Nordic Ski Club. So we give them the use of the pavilion for the children to come, and that's where they get ready, they get taught a few safety things first thing in the morning, and then they go out, they do their ski, and then they come back and have a snack in the hall. And we provide that free of charge with them.
Sorry to interrupt you. Mono Nordic is providing the instructor, and et
Yes,
cetera.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Les joined us.
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing too exciting other than with the passing of the interim tax bylaw, Kathy will be mailing out the tax bills in the next week or so. So with the mail now working, should receive the bills shortly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to direct council's attention to the wall behind you. Councillor Capes, you'll have to wait till you come in. But the portrait of the king is on the wall. Thank you to Cheyenne Hancock for overseeing getting that up and done. That's the official portrait that was released just a matter of weeks ago.
Elaine can see it now.
Ah, Andrew, thank you.
Okay. Mike?
Oh, yeah, there. Now Elaine can
There we are.
Sorry, just for clarification on the EV charge on denial letter, it's actually for both Menora. There's another letter. The clerk and I got messed up on file numbers, but there's two letters. Both were denied. Upset about Mono Center. I thought that one would definitely have drew a grant, but anyway. And other than that, council's pretty well heard from me today, so.
Okay. Elaine? Anything to report?
I have nothing really to support. I have had a few phone calls, as I said, about the, this is interesting that people called me because they want to make sure they didn't misread something in the local newspaper, so. Anyway, so I have a chance to speak to them and make them feel not so terrified because of the $54 per $100,000 calculation, so that helps people understand what that means. So, and I, get to explain what a challenging year we've had because of infrastructure, growing costs, and so that's it. Haven't been to any other meetings.
Thank you. Ralph, anything?
No, nothing.
Melinda?
No, thank you. I just to reiterate about the February 2nd, I'm looking forward to that, and also February 14th, we're having a euchre in town. We're doing it at Mono Center. So that's always a fun night that the RAC does. We've got a meeting coming up this week to button down who's doing what, but we could always use volunteers. And then the fire boards, as I commented, there's lots of action going on there. Yeah, the fire services are carrying on, and that's all I've got.
Very good. And just for myself, I will be attending the Rural Ontario Municipal Association Conference, ROMA, in Toronto, beginning next Sunday. I have 2 meetings set up with ministers, one with the Attorney General to drive home some of the issues previously mentioned, and my one idea that I tried on for size last time I saw him, which was in London 2 years ago, and that is a unified approach to the charging and prosecution of municipal bylaws, where instead of having to go to Superior Court to get enforcement, a court can both convict and order restitution or reclamation all in one legal action, and I think it is doable. But it will, and Freddie's offered to pull together some statistics on, or some numbers on a scenario that we had here near and dear to our hearts, where we took the property owner to the Provincial Offences Court and then had to turn around to get a cleanup ordered by the Superior Court. And the dollar value of that whole exercise was significant, to put it mildly, but he's going to dig those numbers out for me. I also have another meeting with the Ministry of Transportation. I should indicate that both meetings are set up through the county, who I'm registered with, and we hope to push the Ministry of Transportation on where is the famous Highway 10 review report that was promised over a year ago and has not yet seen the light of day. The Caledon portion was completed, but the Dufferin portion has not seen the light of day, so we will be asking where it is. So that's all I have to do. Okay. Notices of motion. Does anyone have any notices of motion? I have one which I'm going to freelance on here. Next meeting, I'll have a motion with regard to cost recovery on any item that the municipality charges for, encouraging staff to explore the outer limits of what we need to run our various programs and administer things like fees, permits, that sort of thing. Also, looking at administrative penalties, which is an alternative to POA fines. The value of those are that we get to set the amounts. We don't have to depend on the court to set them for us. And automated speed enforcement. I think there's an opportunity to go ahead in conjunction with administrative penalties on that, and it's an issue near and dear to our clerk's heart. And I think we can make some substantial progress on that this year, and hopefully generate more revenue for the municipality through all of those initiatives.
the cost of an automated speed setup, though? If we go on our own, if you go on your own for an automated speed, then you also go on your own for the cost of it, right? As opposed to waiting to, in line with every other municipality, to be given one.
There's various models, and one of the models is minimum cost to the municipality, and you share some of the, if not all of the revenue, but you share some of the revenue with the supplier of the equipment.
Oh, right.
So we're going to explore that, but I think Shelburne is looking at ASE, Grand Valley's looking at ASE, and who's the third one? Orangeville. So they're all looking at it, and I think we may be able to partner with them. I know the supplier for Shelburne quite well. May even see him at Roma.
I assume the limitation is placed on Mona roads.
No, I think we can probably have an agreement. I think the county would be very amenable to having an agreement with us to allow their deployment on county roads in Mono.
But not MOT.
No, it's not MOT. MOT will not allow automated speed enforcement on provincial highways. They absolutely are allergic to the idea, which is regrettable, frankly. Caledon would like to see it used on Highway 10 to the south.
Yeah.
And they've been told no.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 1, 2025, held on the 14th of January, 2025, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Capes moves. Councillor Davey seconds. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. And finally, I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 1:56 p.m. Moved by Councillor Davey, seconded by Councillor Capes. No opposition. Motion is carried.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for a
Thank
very
you
good
very
meeting.
much. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone.